All right, so you guys in the classroom are working on your field notes. You can continue working on that. At home, you can do that as well. But let me go over just a couple things. One, I do have to let you know, today I will be grading the quizzes you took from the week before we got off. And so I have not graded those yet. Those haven't gone in yet. And that is why your grade really has not.
Lesson 13. Who remembers the man that we talked about, that we are talking about, who was willing to stand alone? Remember, he was the one who was supposed to prepare the way for the Lord?
Friday, your verse quiz on Friday, all right? Take out your Bible. Everyone take out your Bible. And I want you to turn to Psalm chapter 1. Psalm chapter 1. Psalm chapter 1, we're going to look at that, make sure we don't need to work on our field notes right now. Hey, I don't even know if I went over this. I think I did, but I may not have. The Psalms were originally written as what? Anybody know? What were the Psalms originally written as? Songs. Right? These are songs that they would sing. So, for instance, sometimes, and it's not as common anymore, we have them up in our church, but we don't really use them. We have like a book with all the songs in them that you would sing. And nowadays, probably at your church too, they'll put the words up on a screen or something like that so that you can just read them off of the screen. But way, way back in the olden days when I was a child, we didn't have all the screens everywhere, all right? I know it's like way, way back. But they would say, take out your book and turn to page or song, whatever, and you would turn there and you'd be able to sing. So when you look at the Psalms, these are songs that would sing. Now we look at it and we're like, what do you mean? Because oftentimes with songs, right, we have like a little bit more of, sometimes there's a rhyming that goes on, different things, and you don't see that here. Why do you not see that when we read the Psalms? Why do you not see that? Anybody know? What language was it originally written in? Did David get out his whatever he wrote on and write the psalm in English? No, right? He's writing this in Hebrew. So when we read it, we're reading it from a different language, so it's not going to have the same rhyming pattern, the same. You know what would be interesting? I don't know. Well, some of you know Spanish. Do you guys do poems in literature class and all of that? Did you guys have to memorize poems when you were younger? Did you guys? Yeah, I had to. When I was in elementary, we had to memorize poems. Did you guys have to memorize speeches? Did you guys do that like in history class? 7 years ago, our fathers. You never did that? Oh, you're lucky. All right. I had to memorize like Gettysburg Address, some of those different ones. But if you memorize a poem in English, and then let's say, not going to happen.
3, it was when that prophecy was fulfilled, and John the Baptist came to the earth to prepare the way of the Lord. Okay? Go ahead and turn the page 66. The purpose.
And we'll get into this a little bit more when we get into the book of Psalm. In Psalm 119, it's broken up into different sections. Okay, each one of them is a different section. And if you were to read that in Hebrew, each one of those sections starts with the same letter of the Hebrew alphabet. So that verse would start with that. So these are some things we miss out on. So Psalms were songs. And so when we come to Psalm chapter number 1, this was a song that would be sung. Now, why do you think, well, first off, we're supposed to worship God in songs. But also, have you ever noticed, anyone else, is it easier to memorize things by song? You guys ever found that? Right, give you an example.
Was different. Okay, highlight this. John the Baptist.
That's how I learned to memorize the presidents, right? And I don't even know how because of course I haven't used that song in a while.
And I don't know, maybe some of you guys can relate to John the Baptist in the sense that maybe your life is different from, some of your friends. So let's read.
When we play our games here, and I call on you, and I can see in your head you're trying to sing a song to get to that book of the Bible, because that's how you've memorized it, because sometimes putting a song helps you. And so these songs would have had a lot of spiritual, there's a lot of doctrine in the Psalms, and we're going to see that. Actually, the Psalms has a lot of prophecy about Jesus Christ. Psalm chapter 22 is a great example talking about the suffering that he would have. And so when we come to Psalm chapter number 1, it's important that we understand this was originally written as a song that would be sung. Now, for us, we're not going to sing it. Maybe we should. Wouldn't that be fun? If on Friday, instead of getting out a piece of paper, I just had you stand up and you had to sing it in front of everybody. Wouldn't that be fun? You could add your own music to. That's a great idea. All in favor, raise your hand. I've got one, and I'm going to vote with Emma, and my vote counts as 100. And so you are clearly outvoted. No, we're not going to do that. We won't do that for you guys. We won't. But that, again, was how it was originally written. So we come to Psalm 1, verse number 1. Psalm 1:1. Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful. Really quick, raise your hand. Tell me, what is that verse talking about? We've memorized it, but what is Psalm 1:1? What is it really focusing on? Emma? Okay, be an example. It's to watch who you're hanging around and who you're allowing to influence you. And who you hang around is who you are allowing to influence you. Now, let me say this. In our day and age, it's not just physically hanging around them. You guys live in a day and age where you're much more connected than really any other time in history, right? Any other time in history. Guys, do make sure you're matching.
Locusts and wild honey. That's what he ate in the wilderness. He ate locusts and honey. If you guys remember, locusts are basically grasshoppers, so that's what he ate. How many of you guys have ever had a grasshopper before? I've actually had a chocolate-covered grasshopper before. It's kind of disgusting, but you only taste the chocolate. But that's what he ate, locusts and wild honey. Okay, so make sure you highlight his clothes and locusts and what he ate, locusts and wild honey, okay? Okay, once you're done, everyone go ahead and turn to John chapter 1. Okay, John chapter number 1. So we were in Matthew. It's two Bible. There's Matthew, Mark.
The Bible. So what I'm going to want is to get into God's Word. This is a big thing. New Year's resolution. Anybody make a New Year's resolution? Nobody. I didn't really make any. Some of you made. Anybody want to share a New Year's resolution you made? Okay. Who thinks they know what the number one New Year's resolution across the country is? Historically. Number one New Year's resolution. Hudson? Some type of I'm going to lose weight. Right? Some type of that. Either it's I'm going to exercise more, I'm going to eat better, or maybe just flat I'm going to lose weight. That's the number one type. That is why, it's not this year because they're not open, but gym memberships in the month of January are the highest ones. Now, you guys don't really have to worry about this, but one day when you're older, you have to worry about it more. Is maybe when you. Now, I remember when I was you guys' age, I could eat whatever I wanted. Right? Some of you are the same. You can go. We used to go to. Oh, they have them out here. Golden Corrals. You guys ever been to a Golden Corral? I love Golden Corral. I love the buffets. Golden Corral is my favorite buffet for one simple reason. It's the only buffet that I've ever been to where you get all-you-can-eat steak. All right, and I would go there and get as much steak as we could handle, and I could eat whatever I wanted, and I was fine. But now it's not the same. So what is somebody that's saying I want to go on a diet? What are they trying to do? Give me your somebody says I'm going on a diet. What are they doing? Besides torturing themselves, give me a different definition than torture. Yes. Controlling what they're eating. Now, Do you think somebody that goes on a diet, they probably have to change a little bit of what they're eating? Most people, right? Would you say that's a true statement? Most people have to change a little bit of what they're eating. What is the things that they need to cut out? Let's just be simple. The good stuff, right? I mean, if we're just going to be completely honest, right? When you're going on a diet, what are you cutting out? Everything you want to eat, right? I don't know why that is, but that's when I've done it, it's like you're cutting out the stuff that you want to eat. Now, for somebody that goes on a diet, that first month to 6 weeks is so important. Because you want to know why? If they can get through that month, that 6 weeks, you know what begins to happen? They don't begin to desire that as much anymore. That's not something that they are at. I'll give you an example. One thing that I am cutting out, not really for a diet, I guess, but just I felt like I was drinking too much soda. How many of you guys like soda? I love soda, and I felt like I was drinking too much. So I'm cutting out soda, and I haven't had it really in like a month, 2 months. The other day, it was Christmas Day, right? We're having Christmas dinner, and I don't know if you guys do this. We have like a big Christmas dinner where you have like the ham, and I think we had roasted. Like we had a big Christmas dinner. And so I'm there, and I gave in, and I'm like, I'm going to have a soda, right? I'm like, it's Christmas of all times. You have to have soda on Christmas. And so I had like one of the cans of Coca-Cola, the best soda that there is, all right? And I had one of those. I didn't even finish it. Usually, if I'm like, I'd have like 2 of them. But I didn't even finish it because what's happening is my body's beginning to not desire that as much. My desires are beginning to change a little bit. Because I'm realizing I'm feeling better and staying away from it. This is where we come to verse number 2. But his delight, he's desiring the law of the Lord. So at first it's not going to be your desire. At first it's going to be a little bit harder because you're used to other things. But when you really get into it and you're going to see how important it is for you, how good it is for you, and you're going to begin to desire it. Verse number 3, and he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, that bringeth forth his fruit in his season. His leaf also shall not wither, and whatsoever he doeth shall prosper. What does verse number 3 give you? Okay, you follow God, this is what happens. You'll prosper. Now again, let me give a warning on this. Our definition of prosper and success is different than God's definition of prosper and success. If I were to ask you, what is a successful life? Far too often, you know what our answer would be? You have a great job, make a lot of money, have a nice house, nice car. Like that's how we say you are a success. That's our definition of success. But that's not God's. Now, does that mean that somebody that has a nice house and a nice car is going against God? No. But if that's all they're living their life for, they're not. Here's what success in your life is. Let me give you a simple definition of what success is. God created each and every one of you for a distinct purpose, and your purposes are different. Here's what success is for you. You follow that purpose for your life. Now, your purpose may be different than mine. Maybe your purpose is to be a multi-millionaire. Some of you are like, yes, I want that purpose for my life. You know, maybe that is your purpose. Maybe your purpose, I don't know what some of your dreams, some of those things are. But maybe that is the purpose, God. But I can promise you this, your purpose and my purpose, now we share some similar ones because both of us, our extreme purpose is to follow God and to please God with our lives. But some of the things that we're going to do are going to be different. Like my purpose right now is to live in Banning, California. I'm going to guess that 20 years from now, well over half of you will not live here anymore. That's just how it works, right? You live in a place. I grew up in Terre Haute, Indiana. I'm never going to live there again. We move, but sometimes God brings us different places. That's our purpose. So here's what it's saying. Verse number 3, you follow God's purpose, which you find in his word, and getting close to him, you will be successful. Verse number 4, do me a favor, make sure everything else is put away right now, all right? Make sure we're not working on something else or doing something else right now. Verse number 4, this is the one that is one of your memory verses today. The ungodly are not so, but are like the chaff which the wind driveth away. Therefore the ungodly shall not stand in the judgment, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous. I think we went over chaff, right? Did we do that last week? I can't remember. Here's what chaff is. This
is the next question. You should be writing this down.
the wind's blowing, it would just take it away. So you get rid of the impurities. The stuff that you wanted, whatever it was, would fall to the ground, and then you would know this is what I'm going to take. This is what I'm going to use to make food. This is what I'm going to sell. So it's saying the ungodly are the chaff, which just, they're there and gone. And not only that, it gives the answer to their life. What is their life going to be like? They're not going to, this mentions right here, the ungodly shall not stand in the judgment, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous. They're going to miss out on their purpose. They're not going to spend an eternity with God. So I love Psalm chapter number 1 because it's very distinct and it gives you two different options, which each of us have to choose from. And not only does it give you two different options, it tells you the results of those two different options. It says, here's door number 1 and here's door number 2. You choose which door you want. But not only does it do that, it says, now here's what's behind door number 1, here's what's behind door number 2. Now you choose which one you want. And so this is what Psalm chapter 1 is all about. Take out your books. Turn to page 108. 108. As you're turning there, anybody have any questions?
John the Baptist's parents were. Okay?
Okay. Again, it's very, very important to me that you guys, when we memorize a Bible verse, you understand what it's about. If you don't understand what it's about, then really we're just wasting our time. So it's very important that you guys do. So if you do have a question, let me know. Please do not think you would offend me. I know that I am I can be confusing. I know that. And some of you are like, yes, you can be. But here's what I need your help with. When I am confusing and talk about something, I need you to sort of let me know. By the way, you know what one of the most humbling things is? Is now that a lot of these things are online, I get to preach. And when you listen to yourself preach or speak, it's very humbling. And how many, you guys ever heard your voice before and been like, does it really sound like that? You know, like on a video or something like that, you're like, that's not me, is it? You know, like that's what you get to. And then when you film yourself for like 30 minutes talking, you're like, why did I say that? I didn't mean to say that. I meant it to come out differently. I meant, you know. So that's why please don't ever feel like, well, I can't ask a question because I know that sometimes I'm not going to explain it well enough. And so I want you to understand. So please do ask questions when we get there. Now, we are finishing up on page number 109. How can we keep God's word before our minds? And we've already got the answers up there, so you can put them in, the rest of them. We mentioned reading God's word. I will say this. Well, I'll say it again. Reading God's word. Memorizing. And we talked a little bit about that. Hey, if you're online, do me a favor and check in if you are online. I see I've got 2 of you on there. So check in so I know which 2 there are so I can mark you here today, and that will help us there. All right? Read and memorize. Now, the next one is study. Study to show thyself.
The Baptist leaped when Mary walked in the room because John the Baptist knew that she was carrying Jesus Christ in her stomach and in her belly. So that's kind of a crazy story of his parents, but his parents.
I think Mr. Brown does this, I believe. It's something I had to do. I started doing when I taught science way back in the day. But I would assign people to read 2 or 3 pages, right? And you know what would happen? Everybody would say every time they read those pages. But then I would do some review questions in class. You know what I found out? They had no idea what was on those 2 or 3 pages. Because let's all be honest, we've done that. You read a page, 2 pages, and you're done, and you've actually read them, or you've done the quick skim through, but you have no idea what you read. So one of the things I think when I was in this class, Mr. Brown would do this sometimes. You guys will have reading quizzes, right? Is that correct? Like you'll have to read, and then the next day you may or may not have a quiz. Now, hopefully, what does that make you do? You're actually going to read it, and you're going to try to read it and comprehend. Remember in elementary, how many of you guys did what do they call it? Read and think? Is that what they call it? Or reading comprehension or something like that? You guys do those before? Where they give you, like, in the book, you got to read this assignment, and then they're going to ask you questions. How many of you like those? I actually never, I didn't mind those. I didn't mind those. It was easier. How many of you it was not very easy for you. Anybody struggle with those? I have one of my sons that he sort of struggles with it because he's not the quickest at doing something, and so he struggles with getting it read and being able to answer the questions and things like that. What is the whole point of read and think? It wants you to read it and be able to understand what you read. Studying is what makes you understand. Studying is what makes you get into it. I don't have time to get in. Let me recommend some things. One, I recommend getting a study Bible. You guys ever heard of a study Bible before? Here's some things that a study Bible will do, and I love this. I got one at home I use every day. For instance, right now, in home, I'm going through the book of Acts. So sometimes in the book of Acts, it mentions people's names. Now, some of them I have no idea who they are. But if you get a study Bible, a lot of them, they will have on the side, they'll have sort of these cross references. So you know what it says? It will give you, okay, it mentions this guy's name. It mentions Silas. And here is every verse where Silas is mentioned. So now I can go over there and I can understand, okay, who is Silas? It mentions it. Instead of just reading through it and being like, okay, I got it read. It really gets into it. So I recommend getting like a study Bible, getting some tools that will help you understand. Study Bibles are great. They have maps, maybe help you understand the geography a little bit better. But there's a lot of tools, but we need to study God's Word. And not only study, the last thing it mentions there is meditate. Meditate. Give me your definition of meditation, as far as the context we're talking about right now. Yes, Emma. What is it? To think? Yeah, think about it. Think about it. I think I've used the illustration with the cow with you guys before, I believe. It's sort of a gross illustration, but to me it's really what meditation is all about. You understand a cow has, is it 2 stomachs or 3 stomachs? 3 stomachs. And what happens with a cow is sort of gross, but let's be honest, we've all seen this with our dogs, right? They throw up and what do? They go back, and it's sort of gross, right? And by the way, you let them lick your face. I mean, I'm just saying. But you go down there, and the cow will eat the grass, then it will sort of spit it back up, eat it again. It will go into a different chamber, a different stomach. That's how the cow is going to eat, sort of gross. But what happens is it keeps it there. Now, here's what happens when we read God's Word, if we're not careful. Your devotions today, let's say, was Psalm chapter number 1. You read Psalm chapter number 1, you got it done, but if I were to ask you right now, what did you read in Psalm chapter number 1? You don't know. What did God show you? For instance, let's see, what was your reading today? Matthew 25, 31 to 46. What did you read about there? Do you remember? What was it that you put down? Because you read something, you put something down, but do you still remember anything that you did there? Meditation is where you take it and you read it and you study it, and then you're thinking about it throughout the day. A tip that I use for this, I have a journal at my house. It's actually here. I bring it with me. And today I read Acts chapter 22. And I'm going to read more later today, but Acts chapter 22 was studying that a little bit today. So what I wrote down there is here's one of my takeaways from Acts chapter 22. Paul is going back to Jerusalem, and every place he stops, they're like, Paul, you can't go back. If you go back, they are going to arrest you. Paul, you can't go back. And Paul says, I'm going. This is what God wants me to do. I'm going. If I die, it doesn't matter. I'm doing what God wants me to do. And I took away from that, man, Paul was more concerned about following God. Last night I read Acts chapter 21, where Paul says, neither count I my life dear unto myself. Same type of thing. He says, I'm going to glorify God, and if it means I die, then so be it. That challenged me, because I'm all about my comfort. If you were to tell me, Mr. Moyer, if you go here on a missions trip, you are probably going to be arrested and die, I'm probably changing my plans. I mean, that's going to be my initial thought. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to go here. Let me go to a safe place. That would be mine, but that's not Paul. And so it was a challenge to me. But you know what I did? I wrote it down in my journal. Then, when a little bit later today, I'm going to read that. I'm going to keep it in front of me. That's just a way to meditate. So let me ask you, these 4 things, how are you doing them? Read, memorize, study, and meditate. Only one of these in Scripture are you not commanded to do. And that's read it. Nowhere in the Bible will you see it say, read the Bible. You'll see study. You'll see meditate on it. See memorizing it, but you never see read. And the reason is reading is good, but if we're not careful, all we do is we just read it and we miss out. We miss out because we don't ever get into God's Word. Now, take your books, turn with me to page 100, I'm sorry, let me get on your pages. 113. 113. Here's what we're going to do for the last few minutes of class. I'm going to give you a lot of information. So you're going to follow along. I've got this working, hopefully, right now. And if this is working, that'll help us out quite a bit. So write in your answers with these, and that will be a help to you. Okay, good deal. All right. The children of Israel have gone into bondage. Israel, the northern kingdom, was captured by what group of people? Anybody remember? What group of people came in and captured Israel? They start with an A and end with Assyrians. Yeah. Assyrians, good. All right, the Assyrians. So the Assyrians come in and they capture the northern kingdom of Israel. The southern kingdom lasts a little bit longer, but eventually is captured. What group of people come in and capture the southern kingdom? Anybody know what group of people come in and capture the southern kingdom? Starts with a B. Babylon. I didn't even have to give you what you ended with. Great job. All right. Babylon captures that southern kingdom. 70 years go by, and the southern kingdom can be allowed to go back home. Now, let me give you some information here. Write this in, and we're going to talk about the book of Ezra, written by, surprisingly enough, Ezra, who was a priest and a scribe. One of the people, very influential, only mentioned briefly, but Cyrus, king of Persia. When we get into the book of Daniel,
Cameron, come show me, and Tristan, come show me when I have that last verse finished.
was killed. The Medes and to read things is be king that would allow the children of Israel to go back. That's pretty amazing. I can't predict for you 20 years from now who will be president of the United States. I mean, can you imagine predicting something along? Think about this. How many of you watch Home Alone and watch that? But right, we have a president. You guys remember? Ask him a question, he points him in the right direction. I can promise you one thing. Nobody thought there's going to be a president of the United States. Right? I mean, that's not what people were thinking. You didn't associate that with Donald Trump becoming president of the United States. So we can't predict that. He could predict 100 years before the guy was even born, this guy would allow, before they were even in charge, this guy would allow them to come back. He sent Zerubbabel, names in the Bible, Zerubbabel, back to oversee the project. So they go back to oversee the project. They go back, and the problem becomes they stop building. They stop building. And we're going to look at this a little bit more, why they stop building. But they're going to stop building. So another group's going to be sent back. Ezra led a second group of exiles back to Jerusalem from Babylon. He came with a letter from King Artaxerxes, ordering him to teach God's law and restore proper worship in the temple. Artaxerxes. We're going to look at this. This is going to be somebody that is involved in the Bible when we come to the book of Esther. So this is the thing about the Bible. It's all connected. It's not just a bunch of random books written in here. It's all connected. So he's going to bring a letter from King Artaxerxes. And this was ordering him to teach God's law and restore proper worship in the temple. Ezra's order to teach God's law to restore proper temple worship. The people's new name became Jews. the Jewish people. The short form of Judeans. So this is the who. This is who it's about. It's about Ezra. Now let's see how many other ones we can get in here. Let's look at the when. The timeline. Cyrus sent exiles back in his first year. He begins to send some of the exiles. Remember what Babylon would do? Babylon would take. Remember what they did? And we'll look at this again in Daniel chapter number 1. Nebuchadnezzar would come in and they would take the best and the brightest back to Babylon. And they would have them stay there. So when Cyrus becomes king, he begins to now he didn't just let the Jewish people do this, he let many people do this. And so they would go back. Cyrus sent exiles back in his first year as king. 70 years after Nebuchadnezzar took his first captives from Judah, which again was something that was prophesied, I believe, by the prophet Jeremiah, that they would be in bondage for 70 years. And this is exactly what it was, in bondage for 70 years. They promised through Jeremiah that Babylon captivity's end. The background about Babylon. The Babylon's overthrown by the Persians, which fulfilled the promise. When God says something's going to happen, let me go one more maybe. The time of rebuilding of the temple. Zerubbabel began rebuilding in the second year after arriving in Jerusalem. The temple is not the year of King Darius. Now we're going to look at that. We'll look at why that is. King Darius is somebody that we're going to see in Daniel chapter number 6. So we're going to see how all of these books are connected. So this is the who, the when, and tomorrow we will look at the what. All right? You guys can be dismissed. All right, online, let me say a couple things. A few of you, if you are signing in well after 9 o'clock, because I can see who has been on here by the amount of viewers. I can't give you credit for being a part of class if you're only here for the last 5 minutes of class. So make sure that you are a part. By 8:40, I will be on here, so make sure that you are on here as well. Is there any packets to pick up? The only thing that you need to pick up this week is your field notes. They are up in the office. If you would rather just... yesterday I gave you the information that you need for those field notes. So if you just wanted to get out a piece of paper, write those down instead of coming in and picking up the field notes, that is okay. You just have to write down that information I gave you yesterday. Yesterday I gave you each day what you needed to read, and you can write that down, turn that in. Next week, now the times you do need to come in for sure are the times that we have, like next week we're going to have a book quiz, and I'm going to have a quiz that you need to pick up, that you need to do. So you need to come in for sure for those. This week is a little bit more optional because it is just the field notes. So if you want to come in, it'll help you, I think, if you have the actual field notes with you, or just get out a piece of paper and you can do it that way. All right? All right. Thank you, guys.
to the screen and teacher. DLs, I'm sorry. I thought whoever was just in here had switched me over to screen and teacher. So anyway, I think you, well, I don't even know if you heard me. Your homework tonight, section review 5.1, and activity 5A, right? Yep, 5A. So we are on lesson 57. We're down at the bottom of page 1, starting with number 4. Okay, so we just got done talking about evolution. And forgive me if I do this. DLs, forgive me. Class, forgive me. But if I do this, in this subject, okay, in this category of our book, I do have a tendency to ramble on, okay? Because as a science teacher, this is important to me that you get all the aspects of it all. Evolution versus creation. The title of this chapter is Interpreting the Fossil Record, okay? And those fossil records get interpreted too easily the wrong way, okay? And so I'm passionate about some of this, and I want to make sure that you grasp what I'm saying. And so sometimes I talk longer than what I should on a subject, and that's one reason why we didn't finish our lesson yesterday. But forgive me for that, but bear with me, because we'll get through it all. We're all in this together. Okay? Welcome, ladies. I was wondering why it was quiet in here. Micah, did I bully her? I just said I was wondering why it was quiet because not everybody was here. See? Man. I do. And I'm going to take one. Now, I'm going to tell you about these. These are still, did I ask you? Did I ask you? Did I ask you? They're still good, okay? They're a little on the older side. What they are is these Sour Punch strips, okay? Take one if you want one. If you don't want one, don't take it. No, you're not. I'm going to pass you up, okay? So DL, sorry I can't give you one, but just take one, pass it on to the next person, okay? Okay, let's get into this. We just got done talking about evolution. We're talking about conflicting views of the beginning, okay? Our next one is theistic evolution. Now again, if you take these words separately, you've got two different thoughts. Theistic is talking about God, okay? But then you put evolution with it, and that changes the whole perspective of the term, okay? So, theistic evolution is just one idea that attempts to reconcile. Okay, and this is what the world likes to do. They like to take the world's point of view. They like to take the world's principles and slip in God, and then it's okay. Okay? Now, we have to live in the world, yes. But the Bible says, do not be of the world. Those two prepositions make the whole thing different. Living in the world means you are part of it. You're involved in it. Of the world just means that you have to dwell with it. Okay? Basically, lack of a better term. In the world versus of the world. Okay? Theistic evolution. Just because they put theistic God in with the word evolution doesn't make it right. Okay? And we found out that the other part. Theistic evolution just states that God was responsible for the initial creation of life. Whoa! Remember what I told you yesterday? That evolutionists, scientists, are now starting to come around to the right, because the left is bad. Come around to the right, okay? And they are starting to acknowledge. They're starting to acknowledge that there had to be something. Thank you. There had to be something out there that put this all together. And so here's what their thought is. Do you want one? Is that from this morning? No, see, I lost my train of thought. So there had to be something out there, as they say it, don't do it, that put this all together. And so now they are, don't do it. Now they are acknowledging that, well, maybe God did do this. But it took him millions of years to do it. Okay? He did it gradually. So they're putting God into it. Then the second part of that, but then use the evolutionary process to complete his work. Okay? The billions of years aspect. So theistic evolution, letter B there, is not compatible with either the biblical record or the established principles of science. Okay? Just because you put theistic into it, put God into it, doesn't make it right from this side of it. Okay? Now don't take those words and stab me with them. I didn't say anything wrong. I didn't say just because you didn't put God. We should always put God into whatever we do. But just because you add God into evolution doesn't make evolution correct, is what I'm saying. Okay? So make sure that you keep in mind of that. It's a matter of faith. That's what it comes down to. Page 2. Science can never make authoritative statements about the origins of the earth. Why can't science make authoritative statements? Authoritative statements are statements that are true about the origin of the earth. Possibly. Okay? I won't say no to that, but that's a possible. Yes, Emma? Uh-huh. Was science at the beginning? Was man? Well, yes, science was there if we look at it from a science perspective, because life began. Okay? The principles of the universe began. But was anybody at the beginning except God when all this was taking place? No. So therefore, science itself can never make those authoritative statements because it wasn't there. Okay? To make those statements. The conflict that comes up is this. Between creation and evolution is not about what science says. but about what man believes. Evolution, creation are both accepted beliefs. Okay? Now that's hard for me to say as a creationist teacher, okay, one that believes the Bible. But the Bible, creation, is an accepted faith. People believe it. Well, evolution is also an accepted belief. Okay? Because there's people out there that believe evolution, even though I totally disagree with it. Okay? And I'll be upfront with that statement till I die. Okay? But we got to understand both sides of it. Okay? So, let's look at this. Evolution. Evolution is the belief that natural materials and processes, okay, belief in natural materials and processes. It cannot be scientifically proven. Even though they say it can, even though they use the geologic column to try to prove the fossils, they can't accurately prove it because of the way the earth has evolved over the years and all of the catastrophes that have occurred, all of the movements that we've talked about on the earth. They change things, okay, about that. Eliana, your water bottle is in the office. You can go get it if you want to right now. Just have to do some catch up on some notes, okay? Okay, and if you want to take somebody, you can. If they want to go with you, that's fine. Okay, so evolution. Belief in natural materials and processes. It cannot be scientifically proven. Special evolution, or excuse me, special creation is also a belief, okay, that cannot be proven. Okay, now that's a big one. But were you there at creation? Was man there at creation? So because of that one problem, we can't prove evolution or science, evolution or creation from this perspective. Okay? It's a belief. Okay? And the key word there is observation and experimentation. To prove something, you have to observe it. Or you have to experiment to prove what you don't see, to make sure that it's correct. So without scriptures, we have no reliable information about how the universe and the earth and living things originated. The scripture gives us all that. And that's where you've got to put your faith. Faith in God that He's telling you the truth through the Bible. Faith in the Bible that it's telling you the facts, the true facts. Okay? Okay, so that's lesson 57. And there was your homework for last night. Sorry. I suppose you could have worked on it. I should have told you that. But that's now tonight's homework also, 5.1. So let me switch lessons into 58 real quick, okay? So bear with me just a moment. So Eliana, if you want to go now, we're just a little bit of a break here, so if you want to go get your water bottle, or between classes, it's fine too, okay? Yes, sir? Yes, you can. You're welcome. Okay, here we are, lesson 58. So, here's a little bit of some review questions. What is the biblical principle of origin that refers to God's work of calling the universe into existence out of nothing? Anybody? Just say it. Special creation. Yeah. Okay. What is the belief that the universe originated by natural processes over billions of years? What'd you say? Okay. Evolution. What is the evolutionary hypothesis stating that all of the universe's matter, energy, and space existed in a dense and extremely hot point that suddenly began to rapidly expand, eventually forming the universe known today? There you go. Well, yeah, the Big Bang. I just don't have theory up there. Big Bang. What is the modified form of evolution that states that God was responsible for the initial creation of life, but then used evolutionary processes to complete his work? Theistic evolution. Okay, into what we're talking about today. Conflicting view of geological history. There's limitations to geology. Geology is not going to give you all the answers that you want. Okay? That's why you have to research and research and research and study and study and study to get those answers and experiment more than just one time. Geologists are limited to observations of the earth because they were not observers of the beginning. We just talked about that a little bit. They weren't there. So that is the biggest limitation to observing the earth. We weren't there. By the way, if you are interested in what your grade is as of the Christmas break, I can tell you that. I'll show it to you, but not right now, okay? And if you're wondering why your grade is where it's at, it's because you have a lot of missing work, okay? Or maybe some lower grades. Remember, your tests are 50%. Against your quizzes and your homework, okay? Test versus 2, 1 versus 2. And so this weighs a lot. And if we only have one test, that hurts a lot, okay? So you got to make sure that the 1 stays up to counteract the 2, okay? So we can look at those things but if you want to know what your grade is, I can show you as of right now. Okay. We have what's called the principles of uniformity. Principles of uniformity is just the idea that the natural laws in operation today have existed throughout Earth's history. Okay? That's why it was so, and you get it from a scientific perspective, everything that happened at creation includes all of these principles today. That's what's so special and unique about all this, okay? I need to add one thing to your homework. That's just reading pages 123 to 125. Or from first of the chapter to 125, okay? But I'm just going to put tonight's down there, okay? We're up here. Okay? And there you have, as Jaden wants to point out, my special penmanship. No, I said special. Okay? Now, what we're talking about is these things. Water freezes at 32 degrees Fahrenheit or 0 degrees Celsius. Now, that may change by degree a little bit based upon where you are in atmosphere. Not atmosphere, but geological aspect of the earth. Okay? Things may change a little bit by degree or something. But generally, that's the number that's given to us based upon what time water freezes. Erosion will not always result at the same rate because the amount of water, size of the crack in the rock, and the type of rock will be affecting the rate of erosion. Okay? So not everything is exact all the time, but the principle is still there, no matter how different they are. The principle is still there. So, a biblical belief. Scientists who believe in special creation usually also believe in the flood described in Genesis. Okay? The Bible says that the flood occurred. Therefore, since we believe in the special creation, we believe that the flood did occur. It's just a simple fact. You believe this, you've got to believe this. Remember we talked about earlier in the year, the if-then situations? If you believe the Bible, then you've got to believe the flood. You can't believe one and not the other. It just doesn't work. Okay? You've got to believe both of them. Okay? The flood is the historical event probably responsible for most of Earth's geological features. Probably is one key word there. Because as we've stated, things have changed. Erosions happen. Earthquakes have happened. Floods have happened. Local floods. Disasters have happened, which have changed the geological features. Okay? But the flood is what put it all basically into existence as we know it. So the geological record does not support and confirm the Genesis flood. Okay? Geological record, real quick, and we're going to get into this, is just a layer upon layer of sediments, fossils that have been covered up and have decayed. Animal life or life itself, plant life. And now the remains are in these layers. But just because one is above the other doesn't mean it happened after the one below it. Okay? Why? Because the earth shifts enough to where you may have one that happened later, but then all of a sudden, because of something that happened, it got shoved underneath one that happened before it. So the geological column is just an idea of what we can encounter. We can't hold it to the truth. Okay? So, the timing of the flood. It probably occurred fewer than 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. How old did we say, yesterday did we say that the earth probably is? About 10,000 years old. Okay? So about half of that time is when the flood occurred. The flood itself lasted approximately 1 year. Now think about this too, because when the flood came, it flooded the whole earth. It flooded it so much that this ark that Noah was put on, and his family, and the animals, it floated over everything that was there at the time. Now, at the time, I honestly believe that you didn't have these high mountains, okay, that we have today. They probably had hills, so the ark had to float over those hills, okay, without getting stuck or hitting anything for a year. And then all of a sudden, Noah opened the door and sent out the dove or the bird. Can't remember what it was first. And it came back because it couldn't find land. And then he sent out another one a little later. And pretty soon, one of them brought a twig back or something. And then another one basically didn't return or whatever. I'm paraphrasing the story, but you know what it is. So it took a while. The ground had to be saturated. Where was that water going to go if the ground itself is saturated? It's only evaporation at that point. And then pretty soon it would seep down further into the ground. Okay? But it took a while, and about a year, for the water to subside. The floodwaters themselves, it involved 40 days. 40 days of torrential rain plus untold flooding as the fountains of the deep were broken up. It rained for 40 days. But the water from below came up to meet the rain. So you had the top coming down and you had the bottom coming up. And that's what occurred with the flood. The fountains of the great deep probably contributed to more water than the rain itself. There's not a whole lot of pictures with all this. This is just content information. Okay? Because don't have pictures, just have artistic type of things to look at. But okay, letter C on this. The catastrophic plate tectonics model held by the creationists say that the fountains caused extensive movements of the Earth's crust, separating the continent and forming many massive geological structures like the mountains. Okay? And that's why I said it probably the flood created all of the high mountains that we have today. And the Grand Canyon and different caverns, different things like that, caves or crevices. So the waters of the flood undoubtedly caused a tremendous amount of erosion and deposition. You know what erosion is? Deposition is basically depositing sediments elsewhere and thus creating the various types of problems with the geological column. And then letter E, the flood's rapid deposition of sediments created conditions ideal for fossil formation. In order for something to, and you're going to talk about this, in order for something to become a fossil, there has to be a rapid burial. Okay? You can't have a fossil of remains of something that predators have eaten. Okay? That's just called remains. But a fossil is something that's gotten buried rapidly. Okay? And then the outer sediments, the skin, the muscles, the meat part, all decayed into the ground and then left the bones there. Okay? That's a fossil. But as you're going to see, we're going to talk about different kinds of fossils that are out there. Okay? Is everybody done with A through E? Anybody not? Okay. The aftermath of the flood. What happened after it? The higher altitudes of the planet became bitterly cold. Okay? While the equatorial regions remained the warm. remained warm. So the flood itself changed atmospheric situations. Altitude. Letter B. During the Ice Age, volcanic activity around the globe changed across the Earth's surface. We might be able to finish this today. So let me keep going. So you developed your warm and cold areas, okay? You had the ice age that occurred because of this, okay? Everybody ready to go on? Number 5, a local flood, okay? Biblical and scientific problems with the theory. The waters would not have covered, and we talked, I mentioned that, would not have covered the high hills and mountains as taught in Genesis 7:19-20. It says, without spilling over onto the rest of the earth. Okay? This is, if it was a local flood, then it would remain in the area that it was at. We have floods down south in Georgia, Louisiana, Texas. But those floods don't come up here to Montana, or even over to California, or even go up into Colorado. They don't do it. They stay there in those states, in those areas. And maybe it's just in the area of a city. That's just a local flood. It didn't cover the whole thing. Spilling over means it just spreads out into various areas. Noah and the animals could have traveled to another area to avoid the floodwaters. If it wasn't a worldwide flood, then everybody on the ark, everything on the ark could have went someplace else to avoid the flood. The ark was the only safe spot for those living creatures. Okay? I'm going to get these all put up so you can just kind of keep writing. Letter C. A local flood could not have accomplished God's word to destroy all flesh. And then letter D, just put it up here. A local flood cannot explain the many geological features around the world. Okay. There had to have been a major catastrophe that occurred. And it had to have occurred not just in one spot, but all over the place. Okay? All over the world. Scientifically and biblically, a local flood could not have happened. Okay? Okay, get those down. DLs, give you just I got about another minute left of class here. So I'll give you that 1 minute to get all this written down. If maybe I'll put these back up just to start the class tomorrow, in case you haven't gotten it all down. That's what happened. And that's how we got to look at it, is from a scientific perspective and match it up with biblical guidelines. Okay? Okay, that's going to conclude today's lesson. Thanks, DLs, for joining in. And thank you, class. You guys were a great class today. No problems. I appreciate that so much. So keep up that good work. And You are dismissed. Huh? Did I ask you? I want to hear it from you. Did I ask you? No. I guess I better sign off.
Okay. Go ahead and check out your vocab books. You have a quiz on Tuesday, which is the day you normally have quizzes. So that's Tuesday next week. So make sure you guys are studying that. But go ahead and turn open to list number 10. List number 10. Okay. So again, this list is depicting ANCE, ENCE, ENCY, or ANCY. Okay. The differences between A and E. Okay. So make sure that you are reading through these, practicing each words and how they're sounding exactly like how they sound, so that'll help you. Okay, so let's go ahead and do vocabulary. Our vocabulary, read through them. I'll give you the word, and please read the definition out loud, nice and loud, please. Okay? Girls, next time the bell rings, you need to be in your seat. Okay? Otherwise, that is a tardy. Okay. I will give you the word. Open your book, your vocab book, to list number 10. Okay? All right, baffle. Okay, I know there's more than 3 people, so everyone together. Baffle. Good. Deface. Futile. Harbor. Labored. Levy. Mantle. Mauve. Pump. Veranda. Open porch. Okay, if you haven't already, please turn your homework. Tonight for homework is to do numbers 6 through 10 2 times. 6 through 10 2 times. Okay, go ahead and put that away. Take out your literature book. Okay. Go ahead and turn to page number 120. You should have read these. Page 120 to 124. Again, I said make sure that you are following along with reading, because the story is 10 pages long and you don't want to get caught on the end of reading 10 pages before an assignment is due. Okay, so make sure that you are following along. 120 to 124. Okay, go ahead and take out your notes. Let's go ahead and write some stuff down. Okay, adrift on an ice pan. Uh-oh. Okay, I don't know why my screen isn't working, but anyway, give me 1 second to turn on the TVs. That should be on. Okay. Interesting. Okay, well, I don't know why the screen isn't working, but just listen to what I have to say, okay? So, Adrift on an Ice Pan. It was written by Sir Wilfrid Thomason Grenfell. Okay. Emma, are you leaving? Okay, make sure you stay seated during class, okay? And you should have your literature book out already. This isn't math. Yes. We are on page number 120. Okay, page number 120, okay? Write down the theme for this work. It is compassion for others despite the difficulty. Compassion for others despite the difficulty. For those of you on distant learning, my PowerPoint is not working, so make sure that you're writing down the theme for Adrift on an Ice Pan on page number 120. It is compassion for others despite difficulty, okay? So, who knows, okay, so obviously not who knows, but we know that Sir Wilfrid Thomason Grenfell, he was someone who kind of became Two things. What did he become? It kind of started, it told us what he was to the islands of Newfoundland. What does it say, Brianna? And a physician. Good. Okay, he was a missionary and a physician. So this story, you should have read it last night at least the beginning. Who knows why he needed to go to the other town? Hudson? Sorry? He was sick, but what kind of sickness? What did he need to do? Micah? Yes, okay, so if you guys look at this, it's on the exposition in the first paragraph, okay? Obviously, we know the exposition to be the part of the story where the details of the story are mostly given, okay? So, if you guys look, it was Easter Sunday at St. Anthony in the year 1908, but with us in northern Newfoundland still was winter. So even though it was April, late April, it was still cold and icy. He said everything was covered with snow and ice. I was walking back after morning service when a boy came running over from the hospital with the news that a large team of dogs had come 60 miles to the southward to get a doctor on a very urgent case. And this kind of is talking about the man or the young man who he needed to operate on. It ended up being this man. He operated on him a while ago for an acute bone disease in his thigh. We read this in the exposition paragraph. He says, the people had allowed the wound to close, the poisoned matter had accumulated, and we thought that we should have to remove the leg. There was obviously, therefore, no time to be lost. So that's why he needed to go to the next town, was because he needed to operate right away on this boy's leg. Okay, so he was sick, yes, but he needed to get there and operate on the leg. Okay, so if you guys read a couple paragraphs down, it kind of gives you the names of his dogs. He had Bryn, Doc, Spy, Moody, Watch, Sue, Jerry, and Jack. Okay, so he had 8 dogs, and they were kind of a strong team. So if you guys look through on page 120, 121, it kind of just gives you the setting, the exposition of what's going on. So he obviously is hurrying as fast as he can to the next town. But what happens when he's on his way to the town? Who knows? Emma? Yes, okay, so he was crossing part of what was over water, and then obviously the ice broke, hence the name Adrift on an Ice Pan. Okay, so there are things that happened while he was on the ice pan. Actually, a really sad thing. But before we turn over there, go ahead and highlight a line that you need to know. Okay, that's on page 121. It's on the top of the right-hand column in the top paragraph. Sorry, the second paragraph. If you guys see, there was not a moment to lose. Okay, so the line you need to know is in that paragraph. Before we had gone 20 yards, the dogs got frightened, hesitated for a moment, and the komatik instantly sank into the slob. That's what you need to know. Okay? It's at the right-hand side, or the right-hand column toward the top. The paragraph where it starts with there was not a moment to lose. If you guys read on through that paragraph, it says, before we had gone 20 yards, the dogs got frightened, hesitated for a moment, and the komatik instantly sank into the slob. Did everybody find that? Okay, raise your hand if you haven't gotten it yet. Okay. Let me see your book. Wasn't John here this morning?
No, he wasn't here when I got here.
I'm pretty sure I saw him in early care this morning. But it's right here. Before we had gone 20 yards. Did you find it? Okay. Before we had gone 20 yards, the dogs got frightened, hesitated for a moment, and the komatiks instantly sank into the slob. And this was basically talking about him trying to push through, but then they got caught in all of that ice and all of the slob. If you guys look, it's soft, mushy ice, and then they began to sink, okay? So then it obviously talked about their struggle to get onto an ice pan, okay? Who can name one hard thing that he had to do in order to survive on that ice pan? Kayla? Not just one. He had to kill 3 of his dogs in order to survive. What did he do with the dogs? Who remembers? Why did he kill the dogs? Natalie? Good. Okay, so he did end up killing 3 dogs. We see that on page number 124. Okay, so page 122 is basically 122 and 123 is basically talking about his struggle of trying to get onto ice pans, because he landed on one ice pan, but then it was too small for him and all of his dogs. So then it kind of tells how he got onto another ice pan. Who knows what he'd use to make a string in order to attach all his dogs? Who remembers? Cody? Sorry? Yes, okay, not their fur, but it was their harnesses. So while he's sinking down with his dogs, he kind of remembers the story of the boy he's trying to save. The boy he's trying to save, his dad actually died the same exact way he was going to die. His dad fell through the ice, and then all their dogs' harnesses got tangled, and then all of them drowned. So he cut off all the harnesses so that the dogs can go free, so that they all found ice. But then the ice pan that they ended up landing on was too small for them, so he tied all of the dogs' harnesses together. And then how did they get to the other ice pan? Who remembers? What did he do with the dogs? How did they get there? Okay, so I'll give you a little hint. He tried to throw the dogs out into the water and see if they would swim to the other ice pan. How did he ended up getting all the dogs over there to the other ice pan? Emma? Good. Okay, so he had one dog. I don't really understand why he had a Cocker Spaniel on his dog team. In my mind, I was thinking Huskies. I was thinking these strong dogs, but he has a little black Cocker Spaniel. He was their retriever dog, and he threw a snowball onto the other pan, and immediately the dog went into the water to retrieve the snowball. Then he told the dog to sit, and so he did. And those dogs were very obedient, so the other dogs kind of caught on to that concept, and that's how they all ended up going on to the other ice pan. And the dogs, he tied the harness together so they could pull him with them. So that's how they ended up on the other ice pan. Okay, so yes, now they're on this other ice pan, and that's when Kayla came in and said that he had to kill some of his dogs. And I actually drew a sad face next to that paragraph because it was really sad. On page 124, he says, if you guys look at the top of the page, it was scarcely safe to move on my small ice raft for fear of breaking it. Yet I saw I must have the skins of some of my dogs, of which I had 8 on the pan, if I was to live the night out. There was now some 3 to 5 miles between me and the north side of the bay. There, immense pans of Arctic ice, surging to and from on the heavy ground seas, were thundering into the cliffs. He's basically describing that he's in the middle of nowhere. There's 3 to 5 miles between him and the north side of the bay where anyone would be able to see him. If you guys look at the next paragraph, unwinding the sealskin traces from my waist, round which I had wound them to keep the dogs from eating them, I made a slip knot, passed it over the first dog's head, tied it round my foot to close his neck, threw him on his back, and stabbed him in the heart. Poor beast, I loved him like a friend. That's really sad to me. That obviously you have to survive, and he was thinking to survive, but that was just really sad because I love dogs. Anyway, so that's what he had to do. He had to kill 3 of his dogs. If you guys look on page 125, there's a picture of him sleeping under their dog skins, and it's just the first part of the story is his struggle to survive. Do you have a question, Emma? Well, sometimes that's just not enough. He has to be covered in the ice or in the skin. Okay, and then probably maybe he also ate the meat and stuff like that too, but who knows, it didn't say that. But anyway, so tonight for homework, we need to finish the story, page 125 to 130, okay? We need to figure out how he was rescued, figure out what happens in the end, and then what happens if it says to the boy, did he ever get to the next village? Make sure that you guys read about it tonight for homework, okay? So tonight for homework is to finish the story, page 125 to page 130, okay? Yes, Bella? No, because he's in like the sea, and it's kind of a rocky part of the sea, and it was like it wasn't just like from me to you where he could swim. It was like a long part of the sea where he had to struggle to get onto the ice pan. Okay? 125 to 130. Go ahead and put those away and take out your grammar books. Okay, you do have a quiz tomorrow over action, linking, and helping verbs. So make sure that you guys are reviewing your rules for that. If you guys struggle with finding your verbs, okay, make sure that you are reviewing. Okay, so we know action verbs, they show action. It could be either physical or mental action. Linking verbs, they link subjects to the predicate. And then helping verbs, they always appear with another verb. Okay, so make sure that you are underlining your entire verb phrase. Don't leave any out. Okay, so make sure you're reading the entire sentence first before you try to find the verb. Okay, go ahead and turn to page number 94 in the blue book, and then let me go to helping verbs. Page number 76 in the green book, okay? Page 94 in the blue book, page 76 in the green book. Okay, have we already gone through this? Exercise C. Okay, let's do exercise C together. Okay, exercise C. What you're doing is you're underlining each verb or verb phrase twice. You're identifying those verbs as either action or linking. Okay, action or linking. Okay, go ahead and do work on exercise C. For those of you on distant learning, we are on page number 76 in the green book. This book right here. Whoops. Okay, and then if you have the other book, the blue book right here. Okay, it's page number 94, exercise C. Go ahead and start working on that. And then we're going to go over it together. So go ahead and start working, class. Jaden, why are you not working on it? Oh, okay. So you're finding the verbs. Okay, and then one thing that'll help you find if it's action or linking is finding the subject. Okay? So is the subject physically doing the action? Okay? Or if it's linking a word back to the subject, then that's a linking verb. So make sure that you are underlining your entire verb phrases. So there will be helper verbs within that sentence, okay? Okay, who has number 1 in the green book? Green book. Give me my verb and give me if it's action or linking. Go ahead, Brianna. Good, has finished, and action. Okay, that's also for number 1 in the blue book. Okay, has finished and it is action. Okay, Number 2, God freely gives his grace to his children. What is my verb within that sentence, Hudson? What? Gives is action or linking. It is action, okay? You should always be punctual for any appointment. Ari, give me my verb within number 2. Should be. Good. Okay, is that action or linking? It is linking. Good. Okay. Number 2 in the blue book, you should always be punctual for any appointment. Should be is my verb. It is linking. Number 3, the wolf has been reintroduced into Yellowstone National Park. Okay, number 3 in the green book, what is my verb? What is my verb, Tyler? Has been reintroduced. Good. Has been reintroduced. Is that action or linking? Not linking. Action. Okay? You can introduce something. That's action. Okay? Number 3, the wolf was captured by the forest ranger. Cheyenne? Good. Was captured. Is that action or linking? It is action. Good. Number 4, that could not be the answer to this question. Okay, that's number 4 in both books, so this could be for anyone. That could not be the answer to this question. Aaron? Could be, is that action or linking? It is linking. Number 4 is linking. Okay. Number 5, can Dr. Stevens see me this afternoon? Can Dr. Stevens see me this afternoon? Chase? Okay, is there anything else? Can see. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Make sure everyone reads the entire sentence so that you can underline any or all of the helping verbs along with the main verb. Okay? Is that action or linking? Not linking. Can see. Action. Okay? You can physically see. Okay, number 5 in the blue book. That bird may be a scarlet tanager. Destiny? What's my verb? May be. Awesome. Is that action or linking? Can you may be? It is linking. Okay? It's linking tanager, scarlet tanager, which is a type of bird, back to the subject of bird. Okay? Number 6. How lovely you look tonight. How lovely you look tonight, Jaden. What is my verb? Look. Okay? Is that action or linking? This one's linking, okay, because you're not physically looking, okay? You look lovely. Lovely is going back to you, okay? Number 6 in the green book is linking, okay? The number 6 in the blue book, it's kind of the same one that we did in number 5. Can Dr. Wilson see me in this afternoon? Dr. Wilkins is my subject. Can see is my verb. This is action. Okay, number 7. Our baby lambs are growing quickly this spring. Who has number 7? Cody? What is my verb? What is it? Are growing. Good. Is that action or linking? Linking. It is action. Your lambs can grow. Okay? They can physically grow. Okay, number 7. Coffee has been used in America since colonial days. Who has that one? You want to try it, Erica? Oh, and you have the green book? Sorry about that. Eliana, you want to try number 7? Oh, you also have the green book. Sorry. What kind of book do you have, Kayla? What grammar book do you have? Green. Okay. Jason? Good. Has been used. Is it action or linking? It is action. Good. Okay, number 8. The lemonade tasted somewhat bitter today. Micah? Tasted. Good. What kind of verb is tasted? It is linking in this case. The lemonade is not physically tasting. That'd be kind of weird. Okay, number 8. Did your brother become ill yesterday? What's my verb? Erica? Natalie? I'm sorry. Number 8. Do you have the green book? I'm sorry. Okay. Ari? Number 8. What was it? Did become. Is that action or linking? It is linking. Okay. Number 9, the soldiers have been moving the munitions all day. Hey, do you guys recognize munitions? That's a vocab word that we had. Kayla, you want to try number 9? Have been. There's one more. What was it? For your verb. Have been moving. Good. Okay. The soldiers have been moving munitions. What is have been moving? Is that action or linking? It is action. Awesome. Number 9, we had never visited Hawaii until this summer. Okay. This also kind of the same one in number 11 in the green book, so make sure you guys are looking at that one. But number 9 in the blue book, we had never visited Hawaii until this summer. Bella? Had visited. Okay, is that action or linking? It is action. Same thing with number 11 in the green book. We visited Hawaii. Visited is action. Okay, number 10. Hunter dropped his phone and cracked the screen. Okay, you're going to need 2 kinds of verbs here, or 2 types of verbs, because there are 2 verbs. Okay, give me my verbs, Tyler. Number 10. Good. Dropped and cracked. What kind of verb is dropped? Action, and the same thing with cracked. Action. Good. Dropped and cracked are both action. Awesome. Okay, number 10 in the blue book. Ethan, you should have been the representative for our class. Destiny, you want to try that one again? What is my verb? Should have, and there's one more. Not you. Should have been is my entire verb. Okay, remember be is always a form of a verb. Okay, so should have been is my entire verb. Is that action or linking? It is linking. Good. It's linking representative back to the word you. Good. Okay, let's look at number 11 in the blue book. How generously the employees were treated at Christmas. Okay, who has that one? Cheyenne? Were treated. Good. Okay. What is that, action or linking? Okay. This one would be action. Okay. Even though there's no, let me see. Yeah, because there's no word that it's linking back to the subject. Okay. Generously is an adverb going back to were treated, but employees were treated as action. Okay? And then number 12, Ben brought me an origami butterfly. Number 12. Natalie, you want to give you that one? Good. Brought is my verb, and it is action. Go ahead and finish the rest of the exercise. Okay? Number 12 through 15. Okay? 12 through 15. Did you finish the exercise, Emma? Okay. Everyone finish this? Erica, you want to give me number 13? Good. Number 13, laughed is my verb, and it is action. Number 12 in the blue book, we seriously considered the words of the minister. What is considered? That's my verb. Who knows? Ari? It is linking. Okay. Our crop of oats is growing rapidly. Bella, do you have that one? It is action. Is growing is my verb, and it is action. Number 14, the pizza tasted wonderful to the hungry ball players. Jaden, what's my verb, and is it action or linking? Tasted. Not action. This one's linking because the pizza isn't physically tasting. Okay? And then number 14, the venison tasted somewhat bitter. This is the same kind of concept. Tasted is my verb. It is linking, okay? Because the venison isn't actually physically tasting the word bitter. Okay, that'd be really weird. Okay, and then number 15, The Chicago Cubs celebrated their World Series victory for a week. What's my verb within that sentence, Aaron? Celebrated. Is that action or linking? It is action. Have you ever seen an aardvark? Cheyenne, have you ever seen an aardvark? Okay, what's my verb? Have seen. Good. Have seen is an action verb. Awesome. So we just did our homework for tonight. So no homework. If you guys following along, awesome. But if you did not follow along, you need to do exercise C. Okay, what we just did. Okay, are there any questions? Yes, Aaron? Yes. Remember, I was going to assign it. We do spelling homework, number 6 through 10 twice. Tonight, you're reading the rest of Adrift on the Ice Pan, page 125 to 130. Then you need to finish the exercise. We just went over it together, but if you did not do it, then finish that. And then we do have quiz number, our quiz tomorrow over action, linking, and helping verbs. Okay? Quiz tomorrow, grammar over action, linking, and helping verbs. Are there any questions? Awesome. Okay? We're not quite dismissed yet, but you are able to talk quietly for the last few minutes of class.
How many minutes do we have for school?
Sorry? Like 8 minutes. Oh, I just got a text. Your protractor and compass are in the office, so you can go get it. Jose, I'm grabbing number 7 for you. Give me 1 second. I need to turn back over. Number 7 in the green book. It is are growing is my verb, and then are growing is action. Okay, Emily, just go ahead and text me a picture or send me a picture, but yes, you can turn it in. I still need to know that you did it yesterday and today, and then I'm just going to go ahead and write your homework in the comments for tonight, okay?
All right, welcome to pre-algebra. First thing we're doing is we're turning in our homework from 4.1. Please make sure that's on here with your name and section number if you guys are turning it on paper. If you guys are turning it on Google Classroom, make sure that it's in today. It will be graded today. If it's not in today, it's a 0. I'm not getting behind again. I refuse. Okay? If you're in class and handing me a different assignment, make sure I know it's not the same thing so I can move it appropriately. Oh, yes. Also, if you have your test corrections, bring those up as well. No, they're due Wednesday. But if you have them, go ahead and turn them in. Actually, correction, I'm going to make them due Friday because I forgot to send out the ones for the distance learners or people who took it remotely. So I will send it out at some point. It'll get sent out this week. I will try to remember to do that. All right. Should be everything. Everyone good? Cool. All right, so now that that's turned in, go and open up your textbooks. We're in 4.1. 4.1, just a brief review before we get into this real quick. Keep in mind, basically what we're doing is we're doing the opposite of whatever's there to solve the equation. Okay, and that was a lot of what last night's homework was about. Before I get too far into this, was there any major questions on last night's homework? Yes? It's not on last night's homework, but go ahead. All right. Any questions on last night's homework? All right, so let's go ahead and get started then. We're going to jump right in then to algebra word problems. Okay, so we're on page 140 of your textbook, page 140. We're going to look at how to apply this with word problems. Now, knowing how to do the math after you've come up with the equation is half the battle. Okay, and that's the half you learned yesterday. The other half is how do I set it up? Okay, and that's what we're going to talk about today. Make sure your homework's turned in. Okay. Okay. So we're on page 140, algebraic word problems. Algebra has many applications in everyday life. Now, you may not ever, like at the grocery store, be looking at an equation where it says x plus 3 equals 5, solve here for discount. Like, that might not actually happen, okay? I'm not going to lie to you and tell you you're going to use algebra every day. However, it does have applications in everyday life. Okay, let me give you a couple of examples. We've talked about percents in here. Okay, well, finding sale prices or tax on an item is using percent. Okay, and just by being able to do that in your head, even if it's estimation, can allow you to know about what the item's going to cost if they haven't marked it down. I hate when they say 20% off, but then they don't give you the new price. It's like, great, now you gave me math homework. Okay, you know, like, I just want to know how much the thing's going to cost me when I leave. But because I know how to do it, I can just grab my phone, type it in, find out the actual cost, and I have done that. And because I'm cheap. So, like, I'm going to make sure I actually want to buy this thing. So, that is one application. With algebra in particular, though, algebra is solving for the unknown. And there's a lot of solving for the unknown in day-to-day life. It may not look like what we do here in math class, but the principle is very similar, okay? As an illustration, and I know this isn't dealing with this in particular, but in geometry you learn you can actually convert a square to an octagon. And I know that sounds weird, but you can convert to an octagon with the same footprint, if you will, as a square, where the vertices are on the sides of the square. There's actually a formula you can convert one shape to another, which is all well and good in theory. You know what I found it useful for? Actually, swamp cooler. Evaporative cooler, okay? So you guys know how there's this coolers where you have the water that comes out the top, moistens the pads, and then the moist air comes through your house instead of running the AC. It's a lot cheaper. Okay, we had one of those, and so it had 4 spouts. Well, the more wet you can get the pad, the better the cooling is going to be, assuming you're not in a humid area, okay? Well, what I did then is I'm like, okay, well, I know the shape of the square, because that's the shape they're in, and I converted it to an octagon, so we knew what length to cut the 4 or the 8 pieces to be able to make an 8-sided distribution plate. Okay, so anyway, nothing here, nothing there, but you may not expect where the applications are going to come in. Does that make sense? So, yes. Look, okay, admittedly, that one was kind of a fringe one. and I had to Google the formula because I didn't know it. I'm not going to lie. Hey, between Google, a Sharpie, and a piece of cardboard, I can do a lot of stuff. Anyway, because Google the formula, I can do the work on the cardboard. There we go. Why Sharpie and cardboard? Because it's what I had with me at the moment. Anyway, I end up with Sharpie and cardboard a lot more than pencil and paper. When you're practically working on something, you end up with like extra box. If you turn it over on the inside, it's all blank, and you tend to have a Sharpie laying around when you're working on stuff. Anyway, don't worry about it. All right, so I know that was a bunch of sidebars, but just trust me, even if you don't see how you use one specific thing, doesn't mean it'll never come up again, okay? That was the whole point there. Because I had never thought I would need to know how to convert a square to an octagon, ever, and I did, so yes. What, square for octagon? Not in this class. All right, notice my phrasing. All right, anyway, algebra has many applications in everyday life. Solving word problems often requires the algebraic skills of translation and solving equations. To solve word problems using algebra, follow the steps below. First of all, read for understanding and represent the unknown. Okay, read every word problem twice before you do anything. Okay, read it once to understand what is the question. Read it twice to write down all your information, both what you're given and what you are asked to find. Okay, that's what we mean when we say read it. Okay, because duh, of course you got to read the thing. But no, the first time is, what are we asking for? What's the goal? And 2 is, okay, I'm going to read it again, this time writing everything down as I go. All right? You identify the unknown whose value must be found and represent the unknown with a variable. We write and solve the equation, which sounds easy, seeing as we make that sound easy and then, oh yeah, you guys learned that yesterday. So just be patient with it. And then you state and check the answer. You have to make sure, okay, here's the thing you all need to worry about right now, okay, with word problems. It is tempting to go through and say, I found x equals something, circle it, and move on, okay? Especially once you get more into algebra, and that's kind of the goal half the time, okay? In word problems, just because x equals that doesn't even mean that's your answer. It just means that's how you got to your answer. So you need to restate it in words. Okay, you can use the digits, but I mean, you need to restate it in a sentence. You also need to make sure you answered the actual question. Okay, a lot of you guys on your test found, wait, was it you guys? Was it the other group? Shoot, someone on someone's test. We were asking for the new sale price of the car. A lot of people put the discount because they solved for a value, they got an answer, and they put it in the blank. But they didn't read the question. Okay, the discount was like $2,000, but then it was the new sale price was now $18,000 because it was a car. Okay, so you have to make sure you answer the question. All right, so example 4.1c, all that talking to get to this. Okay. All right. Twice Alice's age is 26. How old is Alice? So, first question, what is the goal? Yes. To find her age. Okay, so now that I know that, I'm going to go back through and read it again. All right? Twice Alice's age, so twice an unknown, okay, is 26. Did you see keywords there? Now, normally I would go through and list a whole bunch of different things, like all the pieces we're given. That will happen as we get more into word problems. But for this one, we're going to jump straight to an equation because there really isn't anything else to list. Okay? What does twice mean? Multiply by 2. The number of people who put squared on this last test is sad. Okay? It means times 2. Okay? So twice means times 2, so I'm going to write 2 times my unknown. What letter do we want to make our unknown? X? Okay, sure. Sometimes I get a class who wants to stick with the book, and sometimes I get a class who will pick anything but what the book uses. I don't care. We're representing it. All right? Is means what? Equals. And 26. Well, that's pretty self-explanatory. Okay? That's the number 26. All right? Do you see how we developed an equation but just by listening to the problem? Okay? Here's what most people do. Twice Alice's age is 26. How old is Alice? How should I know? Just go ask her. Okay, that's what we tend to do in our brains. Okay, yes, I understand. We wouldn't word it like this ever. Okay, I would never say, hey, Bella, what's twice your age? We don't care. Okay? But you got to get past that and look at the problem and how to solve it. Because sometimes, yes, as math teachers, we create nonsense problems, okay? We have people buying 42 watermelons for no particular reason, and it's not a potluck. You know, it's just one of those where it's like, you got to understand that sometimes people are just creating problems. They're not always checking to see if they make sense. Okay, this is one of those. All right, so what's being done to x, first of all? Multiply. How do I undo multiplication? Division. So we're going to divide both sides by 2. Well, 2 goes into 26 how many times? 13. Now, for any word problem, it is incorrect to circle the x equals statement and leave it. You have to go back and answer the question. Okay? So we say that Alice is 13 years old. And that's actually kind of scribble for me. Yes?
Do we always have to find the equation if we know the answer off the top of our head?
For this section, yes. Not always. For right now, while we're learning the process, yes. Because right now it's more about learning the process than getting to the answer. Later on, when it's get to the answer, if you see a shortcut, take it. Okay? But for right now, we're focusing on learning a process more importantly than getting to an answer. I mean, the answer is important, don't get me wrong, but the process is equally important. All right, so go to page 141. It should just be right across the page. We're going to tackle a couple of these word problems. I'm probably just going to do odds for the sake of time, so that way I can give you guys more time for your homework. Okay? So let's go ahead and do number 25. Okay, we're in practice 4.1. Number 25. All right, if you look in your book, because that's where the things are, you should also have out something else. What do you think you should have out right now besides your book? Well, and a pencil, yes, true. What other thing? Paper, because I don't know about you, I can't do math in that tiny space. Okay? We're going to make things nice and neat. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to go back and put lines on paper. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Nope, that kind. And let's make that bigger. Maybe. Stop. Oh my goodness. Why are you like this? Fine, I'll grab the mouse if that will make you happy. Nope, still doesn't make you happy. Okay, can't please some people. All right. So we have number 25 here, and let's read the word problem. First time through, we're reading it to figure out what we're looking for, okay? So number 25, a bargain store sells a scientific calculator for $6.02 less than the retail price. If the cost at the bargain store is $12.97, what is the retail price of the calculator? So first question, what is being asked of me? Yeah, what does that mean though? And this isn't a philosophical question, but like in words that aren't directly from the problem, what am I looking for? Yeah, the original price. I'm looking for what the original price of the calculator was, okay? And I like to reword things because it helps us understand what's going on. Okay, so it's the original price of the calculator. Okay, so now that I know that, that's also going to be my unknown. Does that make sense? So on the top, I'm going to say let x be the retail price. I should see everyone putting this down on the paper because I'm giving you a template. Okay? A template is a form that you can kind of fill in with whatever word problem. So what we're doing here, first of all, I identified my unknown and I put it in terms of x. I could just as easily put r or c or n. It doesn't matter. I could put stickman if I wanted to draw that every time. Please don't. Please stick to letters. Okay, but it could be whatever you want because that's the whole point of algebra. Okay? Please stick to letters in this class. In this class, stick to letters. Okay? All right. So, with that, okay. So, a bargain store sells a scientific calculator for $6.02 less than the retail price. How would I represent that? First of all, what does less than mean? Subtract. Has the reverse card been played? Remember in math wording, there's a reverse card. Is it there? Yes. The word than. Remember that word than means you're going to flip it from the order it's given. So it's $6.02 less than the retail price. So that means I'm going to have the retail price minus $6.02. How would I represent that? Yes? Nope. We're not even to that sentence yet. Yes? I'm sorry, whoops, I hit equals. X minus what? Yep. Or 6.02. We can drop units when we're in math, as long as we put them back in when we're done. Okay, so that's the important thing. Later on, I'll teach you guys how to work with, later on you guys will learn how to keep your units in your math because it actually does matter. I think I've showed you guys, but anyway, we're moving on. Okay, so x minus 6.02. Now this isn't a full equation, right? There's no equal sign. Okay, so obviously I need more information. If the cost at the bargain store is $12.97, okay, let's think about this. What is x minus 6.02? What is that quantity? And I know I'm almost belaboring the point, but what is that quantity? What did I represent by saying x minus 602? Right, but that's also how much the bargain store sells it for, right? It's the price at the bargain store. Well, the next sentence says the cost at the bargain store. So I have the cost at the bargain store, and the next sentence I'm given the cost at the bargain store. Well, what do we know about those two pieces? They're equal. Yeah. All right, so they're equal, so I can just say equals $12.97. Notice there was no is, there's no equal word. I picked two things that were the same, and since they're the same, that means they're equal. Does that make sense? That's part of doing this, is learning, okay, I don't have a word is, I don't have a word equals, but I have two pieces that I know are equal. I can put them equal to each other. Does that make sense? That's the idea. Yes? Because x minus 6.02, in that first sentence, we're told that a bargain store sells a scientific calculator for $6.02 less than the regular price. Retail price, sorry. So that's the cost at the bargain store. And then in the next sentence it says, if the cost at the bargain store is $12.97, so we're given the cost at the bargain store and the cost at the bargain store. Does that make sense? So they're both equal. All right. Now, I have an equation, and I've used all my pieces of information. Now, you don't necessarily need to use all the pieces of information you're given. Some word problems will do that, okay? But the trick is to learn how to rule out what you don't need, okay? But we've used everything, so we're in pretty good shape, all right? So now we just need to solve for x, because x is the retail price, okay? So what's being done to x? Subtraction. How do I undo subtraction? Addition. So I'm going to add 602 to each side. That's how you would have done it before this. Yes. Right now it feels like that. Yes. Okay. But what I'm doing here is I'm giving you a tool set that'll help you solve more advanced problems that you can't solve the other way. Does that make sense? So again, yes, feels like overkill. We're in that weird section of like the concept itself is more challenging than the way we've done it before. But that's because we're purposely picking ones that we've done before. Does that make sense? To teach the concept, so that way we're learning the concept first, then we're going to come through and use the concept on things we couldn't have solved before. Okay, so you guys kind of have to be patient with that. All right? So 7 plus 2 is 9. 9 plus 0 is 2 plus 6. And then the 8 in front, yes. So $18.99. Again, cannot just go through and circle that as the answer. I have to go through and state that, actually, yeah, that is fine, because we have units. $18.99. In this section, we are also asked to write the equation. So I would put for A this answer. Whoops, shoot. And then this would be B for the actual solve. Okay? But if you do it naturally, you should be able to just circle it and put A, circle it and put B like that. Okay? Mostly because there's nothing else to write with $18.99 other than I could say the retail price is. But $18.99 is semi-self-explanatory. The main thing is we need to make sure that there's units. Okay? Good? All right, let's go on to number 27. I'm just going down. We don't have a lot of time, so I'm only going to hit a few of them. And so just going down odds made sense. I don't know, because I chose to. After splitting a restaurant bill, 3 friends each paid $6.76. What was the total amount paid to the restaurant? So let me ask you, first of all, what am I being asked for? Yeah, the total. I'm asked for how much everyone paid. Okay? So we'll let X be amount paid. And this one in particular, you could kind of argue the point that algebra really isn't necessary for this problem, but again, we're teaching the process. Okay? So after splitting a restaurant bill, so first of all, let's just think about that splitting. What operation would that be? Division. Good. Okay, so that means we're going to involve division at some point. 3 friends, so what am I going to divide by? 3. Now, I'm dividing the total by 3, right? Okay, so I can, how would I represent that? X divided by 3, or X over 3. Okay? Because each friend is going to pay 1/3 of the bill. Now, in the next sentence, it says they each paid $6.76. What do I know about those two values? They're equal because they're the same thing. Okay? They're both the amount paid per friend. Okay? Yes? Because when you split a bill, you divide it. So let's just say, I don't know, you 3 ladies went to lunch, okay? And the bill was, say, $21. I'm picking something that's really easy to divide, okay? If you all want to pay the equal amount, what would you pay? $7. Yeah, minor details. All right, you would pay $7, okay? What'd you do? By 3.
How come it's not on top? X over 3. Why is it 3 over X?
You very rarely divide by an unknown, just kind of as a check. But in this case, why we're not doing that is because the order. It would be improper to write 3 over 21, right? That wouldn't give you 7. That would give you 1/7.
How would we know if it was?
By applying a real-world scenario like that. That's one way to double-check your order. In this case, though, we're taking the bill and splitting it. That means the bill is what's being divided. So that's why X is on top. Because X is the bill. Yep. That's what we're going to do right now. All right, so to find out how much we paid the restaurant, pretty simple of just undoing what's done. Yes? No, but you can run to the restroom real quick. All right, opposite of division is? Multiply. So we're going to multiply both sides by 3. And you all might be going, okay, yeah, but we would have done that anyway. I know, okay? One thing at a time, all right? So you're in that weird stage of like, we're learning the new thing, okay? That's what's happening. So we have $6.76 times 3. I don't know about you. I have to do it off to the side. 3 times 6 is? 18, carry the 1. 7 times 3 is? 21 plus the 1 we carried? 22. And 3 times 6 is? Plus the 2 we carried? 20. How many decimal places? 2. I don't remember if it was in here or the other class. I graded a lot of tests the last few days. But a lot of you guys had like a problem like this, and then you guys never put the decimal back in. Please make sure you guys go back and put the decimal back in. Okay, because I had a lot of people like that was the only thing wrong with the problem, but I had to mark it wrong. So just double check. All right. So 20, 28. So we have $20.28. Okay, aside from being in Southern California and nothing ever being this cheap for 3 people, does that make sense based on what we were given? Yes, okay. That's the other trick to story problems. Make sure your answer makes sense. Because let's say I forgot to put the decimal in and I put my answer as $2,028. Is that a sensible amount for lunch? Not here. Okay, not me. I mean, I don't know about you, but I don't, especially if we're paying $7 each at most. Like, no, that's not how this works. That or we're all criminals now, one of the two. So that's just one of those things where you have to go through and say, does my answer make sense in the problem? Okay. In the previous problem, okay, it made sense that it was $18.99 because that was a reasonable jump from where we were, right? with her age, because we knew double was 26, we knew 13 was reasonable. Okay, don't just do math, circle it, and think you're done. If you have a word problem, make sure your answer is reasonable. If not, do it again, because chances are something got messed up along the way. Okay, I've also had some that have looked completely unreasonable until I went back and checked it. And then I'm like, oh no, I guess that does make sense. Okay, so sometimes that happens, but develop that red flag system. That'll really help you on as you move on in math. Okay, does everyone get this so far? By the way, this is how I expect your homework to look. So does everyone understand what we're doing here? Oh, no, if you do that on scratch paper, that's fine. I'm out of room. Or, I mean, I don't have, like, how else do I show you my scratch work? So, one of those. No, just the main part is all I need. Okay? I should see you mentioning your unknown. I should see the equation. I should see the answer. Okay? That's, yep. Yeah. Trust me, later on, you'll thank me. Okay? You guys don't feel it right now. You guys are feeling like I'm just piling on extra work. I understand that. I feel bad only in the sense of that's how you feel right now. But I've had people who've struggled with word problems their whole lives. By the time I get done teaching them this method, we go through step by step. They're solving word problems with only occasional help. So, like, I'm using a method here that I have tested and proven over the years. Okay, so I just need you guys to trust me a little. All right? It'll make more sense later. That's fine. I'm just used to writing it that way for other math classes. All right. All right, one more problem that I want to do before I turn you guys loose on your homework, and it's just a review problem. Let's go ahead and go to number 39. Because you're going to have some stuff... Nope. You're going to have some stuff similar to this in your work. You guys have already done some of these, I think, in the past, but let's go ahead and go through this. 39 says the product of 3 and a number is 15. What is the number? So I'm just trying to find some number. So we'll just say let n be the number. Okay? We're going to follow the same steps. And feel free to abbreviate. Okay? That's what I do. That's also the number sign. It's not just hashtag. Okay? I have to say that now because, anyway, moving on. Let n be the number. So how would I represent the product of 3 and a number? I have the product of 3 and a number. How would I represent that? 3n. Good. So I have 3n. The product means multiplication. Okay? 3, the product of 3 and a number is means what? 15. Well, that's pretty self-explanatory. What is the number? So there's my equation. Yes, the answer is 5, but let's go through and do it like we are supposed to. What's being done to n? Multiplication. I'm going to undo it with division. All right, so we're going to divide both sides by 3. And then n is going to equal 5. Okay, so 5 is the number. Okay, in this case, because we're just asked what is the number, that's fine. Okay, does that make sense? All right, just want to bring that up, make sure that we know what we're doing. Are there any questions on this? All right, homework tonight is homework 4.1, the other half. Let me see here. We have homework 4.1, numbers 19 through 32 all. Should already be in Google Classroom. If not, someone text me or email me. Yeah, that's right. Again, next quiz will be next Tuesday. And test corrections will be due Friday. I'm going to do that. And I need to go through and pick up all the ones that were passed out, but people aren't here, so I can get them emailed. All right? Excuse me. If you are a distance learner doing corrections, you'll just submit them on Google Classroom on the test assignment. I know your grade has been returned to you. You can resubmit the assignment. That's how I'll take them, so you guys don't have to worry about how to get it to me. And then I'll try to get those to you. It'll either be today or tomorrow. Today is going to be kind of packed for me, so I'm going to try to get them out to you today. I'm not going to promise it. All right? Distance learners, I'll see you guys later. And you guys have about 8 minutes to get going on your homework.
Hello, hello. There we go. All right, welcome, distant learners. We are going to begin. Why isn't the slides working though? They were. Nothing. Give me 1 second, distant learners. I'm trying to get the slides on the screen. Let's see. How about let's try if I go.
What's the number for
What? Not that one. Try this one. Try this one. Let's go like. Let's just see if this works, you know? You never know. You never know. Still nothing? Still nothing. Interesting. Alright, sorry we're having technical difficulties. For some reason, the person that does this stuff never get it fixed. The thing is, we shouldn't have to call Mr. S every single time. I believe so, yes. Like, why is he the only one that knows how to fix this?
Yes, you are.
Or it's because he chose a system that no one knows how it works.
take his classes?
So let's go here, webcam, capture card. That's good.
So we don't have to do notes?
It was like,
We will.
It was like putting straight for the corner,
It
and
was,
then magically just decided to turn around. I was going like this, and went,
So what's the point of the game? What are you supposed to do right now?
we're trying to hit.
Cody, what about the blue
Everyone
one?
gets excited when it hits the corner, because it never happens.
Hello, so the volume's working.
Oh, it didn't. We're waiting for it to hit the corner, like not here or here. There.
Audio,
DVDs.
video.
I'm not gonna roll bar.
Oh man,
Last time we started.
volume's working. I tried unplugging all the HDMI's and plug back in, but they're not even working on the TVs either.
Yeah, I need my granola bar. I need my protein.
I mean, if not, I can read it to them. It's fine. I was just trying to get it for distant learners, but they can listen as well.
Yeah, but I mean, I had it working last period.
I know they said the other teachers it was working too.
What size Miss Walsh have?
So it sounds like a mac and cheese. That's what I'm gonna go with. Activate.
Yeah, I did that like twice.
Okay. Then I don't know. Sorry. If you can get.
That one to reach.
Yeah, I know it's iffy.
I can slide this a little closer. And slide this closer.
Have any extra?
No, it's good.
Is that working?
Looks
Okay,
like
well,
it.
this will work for in here, and then.
It's working on screens. Just distant learners will have to listen.
Yeah.
All right, this is what we're gonna have to do today. Distant learners, sorry for the inconvenience. Okay, but what we're gonna do, no, it doesn't. We've tried that before. It's fine. You guys are just gonna have to listen, follow along in your book, do the best you can, fill out the notes if you wanted them. I sent it to the people that wanted it. If you didn't, I didn't send it to you. Okay, but pull out your books, chapter 13. Okay, we are starting the notes, so you're gonna have to listen extremely well, since you guys are gonna have to listen verbally, distant learners. We got the screens in here, but not the distant learning screens for some reason. All right, but we are starting in what is known as, sorry, I'm going back to the original slide, the Protestant Reformation. Okay, this is the beginning of the modern age, Unit 4. Okay, world history is divided up, and we've talked about this before, into 3 major periods. Okay, first we have ancient history, which is a lot of something we've already talked about, which is from 4000 BC, so beginning of time basically, all the way up to AD 500. Okay, then we have the Middle Ages, which we were talking about before Christmas break, okay, which started AD 500 to AD 1500. And now, okay, modern age, AD 1500 all the way to present day 2021. Okay, even our year this year, we would be part of that modern age. Not right now, Cody. I already told you no. Stop asking. Okay, note number 2. History teaches that if men who are right, okay, God are given, or who are right, God, that is not right. I am sorry. Sure. All right, that's what it's supposed to say. I got it. Okay, men who are right with God are given sufficient freedom and responsibility, and they will take steps that become leaps of progress for their countries and all mankind. Okay, I'll say that again for the distant learners. It's good to see Mia, Jose, Jezreel, Emily. Okay, all the distant learners. We have some people out of school still as well. Okay, but history teaches that if men who are right with God are given sufficient freedom and responsibility, and they will take steps that become leaps of progress for their countries and all mankind. Okay, so this is all the introduction to this time period we're in. We're going to be talking about a few people as well today. Give you guys some time to write it down. moving on. Okay, the basis. Is there a glare? Or can everyone see? Okay, the basis of individual freedom and responsibility is the inner freedom and responsibility of men before God. And that is the true spirit of the modern age. Okay, that's what even us today. Okay, the basis of individual freedom and responsibility is the inner freedom or free will and responsibility of us or men before God. And that is the true spirit of the modern age. That's how we live even today. Okay, we live in responsibility to God. Whether it's our soul or our daily lives, okay, it's all to be given to God. Okay, but the beginning of this modern age, in 1492, right before the modern age started. Welcome, Jose. I can go back? It's okay, I'll go back. Okay, but right before this modern age started, we have a man named, did anyone see it on the screen? Christopher Columbus, which I'm sure all of us have heard throughout elementary. But in 1492, Christopher Columbus discovered America, and it was one of the key discoveries of history. In 1492, Christopher Columbus discovered America. It was one of the key discoveries of history. What? You said you don't agree with that?
There had to have been Europeans there before 1492. Like the Knights Templar, they had to have been there.
I don't know, man. Maybe they didn't have the boats to do it.
There have to have been some people there.
I mean, remember, all we have is what? Recorded history. So even if someone was, it was not recorded. So we don't know.
Illuminati confirmed.
Maybe people had left there or fled there before. Who knows? It wasn't written down. Well, at the time of the flood, then you had Noah, his family, they dispersed. The dispersion, remember, talked about Tower of Babel? So that's when everyone would have spread everywhere. So sooner or later, someone came over there and they produced, and Native Americans. Everyone good with this one? Trying to help you guys out. These first couple are kind of long. Okay, we see in the Old Testament Daniel. We all know the prophet Daniel. Okay, what is Daniel most famous for? Daniel in the lion's den. Okay, so we should all know Daniel at least a little bit. He prophesied the modern age as the time of the end, when the Bible says in Daniel 11:4, many shall run to and from, and knowledge shall be increased. Okay, don't you think compared to 1,000 or 2,000 years ago or 1,500 years ago, our knowledge, Aaron, please take your hood off, has increased? Okay, whether it's science, medicine, okay, sports, military, weaponry, okay, so many different things, we have grown our knowledge as people. Okay, but the Bible warns us and tells us when that happens, okay, the end time would draw near. Okay, that doesn't mean it's going to happen next year or the next 5 years, the next 10 years, or the next 100 years, or even the next 1,000 years. It just says, and again, it says, many shall run to and from, and knowledge shall be increased. This is when Daniel told us the time of the end, in that modern age time. And we see that in the Bible, in the book of Revelations, things that would need to happen before the end time would draw near. Everyone good with this one? Cool. Okay, so we see again, if we're going to knowledge, one thing, as I said, is science. The founders of modern science. Yes, I can try to move the camera. I'm not sure it really helps much, but I can try. Let's try this. It's kind of bright though. I don't think it really works. Maybe. Okay, let's go like this. Don't look at me. Okay, it's not gonna work that way. Let's go this way. Right there. a little crooked. I'm sorry, but that's what I have to do. There you go, Jose. That's as good as I can do. Right there. It's a little bright, but that's as good as I can do. Yes, you can still see. Oh, Emma, can you still see? She can still see. Kayla, can you still see? There you go. They can still see. Thank you for looking out for other people, Cody. All right, so this founders of modern science. Jose, that's as best as I can do. I'm so sorry. Again, don't blame me. It's not my fault. Do as best as I can. All right, but we have the founders of modern science. They were able to discover the secrets of nature because they rejected medieval philosophy. Okay, did you know? Okay, during the medieval times, okay, so that medieval age, Jace, please put your mask all the way on. Okay, science was actually looked at something of like witchcraft. So when people were trying to do medicine or maybe help someone that was sick, okay, a lot of times people would take those people and burn them to the stake. Okay, or they'd be punished or in prison and say, hey, you're not of God. Because remember, who ruled during that medieval age? A lot of people. The church, okay, the Catholics, okay, the Catholic Church and the Pope. And they didn't want people going to other things and knowing things. Remember, they didn't want them to know the Bible. They didn't want these people to know. Okay, so now we get to this modern age. People are learning a lot of things for themselves, independently, rather than upon the Pope or the church. Okay, so we see them growing in knowledge. Okay, again, they were rejected in medieval philosophy, and they turn to God's word for the answers in this modern age. Okay, some people that are well known in science, again, we're not going to really talk about them in our class, but people you've probably heard of: Galileo, Kepler, Sir Isaac Newton. Okay, these are all famous men in the modern age that dealt and increased their knowledge in the area of science. Okay, we see other tools that were made during the modern age. Okay, a movable type printing press. Okay, something that allowed us, okay, we kind of laugh because now we have printers and copy machines and mass production of books and curriculum, right? Just like the books we use in class. Okay, but imagine there was nothing like that before, whether it had to be handwritten, every single document. So we have a class of how many people are in here right now? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 19, including me. Imagine 19 people and we want all of us to have the same book. It would have to be written 19 times, whether by the same person or by multiple people writing the same thing. Okay, but now, today, I could just go to a copy machine and say, oh, 20 copies, boom, 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 ink, done. Right? Okay, so imagine the success and the wondrous abilities with this movable type printing press. It was the most important invention in the world at this time, and it was developed just before the modern age in 1440 by Johann Gutenberg. It was the key invention of the modern age. Okay, again, this is going to allow us to, or allow people to print and write more things, yes? That means more people will be able to know things. Okay, we see it being used in the printing of the Bible. More people are going to have the Bible in their hands. Because also in that medieval age, did a lot of people have the Bible? No. Remember, it's considered the Pope had the Bible, they kind of preached, and everyone just listened. They didn't know the truth for themselves. Yes, sir. It's a good question, man. I don't know. I mean, it worked. I have no idea. I can't answer that question, Micah. I'm sorry. Okay, everyone good on this one? It does look very interesting. Okay, modern history is a record of how people have responded to the Bible, all the way starting in 1500s to today. Okay, two main things to think about this in the modern history or modern era. All the good in the modern age has come about through a correct understanding of the Bible. Okay, so if you go back in history, and I challenge you, okay, I'm not going to make you guys write an essay or do this yet. We will have a project this semester, but later on. Okay, not even close. We're just starting school, so don't worry. If you still have your syllabus, the project is in there. Okay, I think it's more of a fun project, like a poster project. Okay, but when people, if you go back in history, in times when they had the Bible, they understood the Bible, they read it for themselves, and people were following God, okay, doing their best not to please themselves, okay, but to make themselves better and to serve God, we see the world to be a better place. But in times when people are trying to destroy the Bible, okay, and destroy the truth. Okay, we see just like in the future, and like not our future from today, but future from this time. We're talking about like world wars. Okay, World War I and II. Okay, a time where people are trying to kill God's people, the Jews, trying to destroy the Word of God in the Bible. Okay, we see different times throughout the modern era and age and history during this time. So first we have all good in modern age has come about through a correct understanding of the Bible. Secondly, all the evil of this modern age is the result of the rejecting the truths of God's Word. Everyone good on this one? Did I give you enough time? Did I fluff enough for you to write it down? Put your mask on, please. Okay, other things, not just science, but we also have art, music, literature. The emphasis on individual freedom and responsibility in the modern age has made possible unprecedented achievements in art, music, and literature. Okay, even today, right? Whether you agree or you listen to different things, there are a lot of different types of arts and music, paintings, drawings, writings, books, right? There's so many different kinds of books, topics of books. Okay, literature would be in that, and then music, and then art. Okay, whether it's architecture, even buildings are in art, if you really think about it, how a building is built. Okay, different statues, paintings, as I've already said, pictures, photography. Okay, that would be in this category as well. How much we've grown from 1,000 years ago. Okay, I don't know if any of you guys know a lot about photography or anything like that. Okay, so it's grown, would you say, from 1,000 years ago? It's not even close. It's like it was irrelevant 1,000 years ago. Okay, again, a lot of this is introduction. Everyone good on this one? You're okay? I'll give you a few more seconds. Hopefully, distant learners, you can see that for the most part. I know it's a little bright. I can't do anything about that. Yes, just remind me. Okay, most of the greatest painters the world has known have lived in the past 500 years. Again, why do you think the greatest ones have been from the last 500 years? Why weren't they 2,000 years or 1,500 years? Yes? Kind of, yeah, it wasn't made yet, but why? What's the difference of 1,500 years ago and 500 years? What we've been talking about. Yeah, knowledge. It all goes back to knowledge. They found better ways to do it, better things to use, better utensils and painting and drawing. Okay? They knew more. The knowledge grew because people were trying to grow themselves. We see that in this modern age. Everyone good on this note? Trying to help you guys out this year a little bit better. Okay, note number 11. Every great musician in the world has been a product of the modern age. Okay, obviously, was there music 1,500 years ago? Yes. Okay, we even see longer than that, before Jesus. Okay, there's been many times the Bible tells us how people played musical instruments. Okay, but there's a large difference of the understanding and the abilities, okay, in the utensils, right? We have more to use today than they did that long ago. Okay, so music has grown. People still writing on this one? Sorry. Good? Everyone good? Okay, number 12. Before the modern age, there were perhaps 20 great writers. Okay, the modern age has produced well over 200 men and women who are almost universally recognized as authors of great works of literature. Okay, just a few people raise your hand and tell me maybe a very well-known author, not just someone you like. Okay, someone that's probably very well known that everyone probably has heard of. No. Emma. Sorry, I can't hear you. Okay, Dr. Seuss, that'd be more present time. Okay, not quite, but very known child's book writer, right? Okay, very known. I would say all of you would probably know who that is. Brianna? Emily Dickinson, that was more what I was looking for. That modern age, very well known, very famous. Okay, she kind of changed the style of writing. Chase. Okay, not quite top, but yes, very good. Edgar Gass was also a very well-known one. One more, Tyler. Yep, Rawlings. Okay, a lot of people probably know him as well. Okay, I said one more, Hudson. Do you really want to say one? All right. Okay, those are all well-known writers, and we could go on and on. Okay, there's more than just 5 or 50. Okay, there's hundreds. We could go on and on about great writers and achievements. Okay, but those are just some of them. And again, a lot of these have happened in this modern age. Okay, another thing that we're going to see freedom and growth in is religion. Okay, religion is the most important factor, not just in the modern age, but in any age. Remember, we talked about, okay, people grew and our world grew when they obeyed and listened to what? God and the understanding of what? The Bible. Okay, our world went back into dark ages, and we see that throughout history, and dark times, times of war and conflict, when they did not have a correct understanding of what? The truth in the Bible. Okay, so we see religion is a strong factor. Okay, because there's a lot of religions out there. Okay, we can be easily deceived and drawn into, just like a lot of people in the world, to something that is false, to something that is untrue. Okay, so it's very important. History. Yes, ma'am. Emma? Yep, I can go back real quick. Okay, we just have a few more minutes. We're going to do a few more notes today, and then we'll be done. You guys have done great today. Ooh, always is a very strong word. Good? All right, history is the record of what people have done with the time that God has given them. We should already pretty much know what that is. Okay, we're in history class. It's telling of past events of people and things and places. Okay, just a few more and we will be done for today. Everyone good on this one? What? It's a picture. Okay, during the Middle Ages, the majority of Europeans were ruled by a religion that still called itself Christianity. What religion was that? It'd be Catholicism, but yes, Catholics. You're correct. Okay, they said they were Christians, right? We had rulers, okay, that were led by Catholic religion, but they would say they're a Christian emperor or king, right? Remember us talking about that or some of that? Okay, but it was a distorted Christianity that had largely departed from the teachings of the Bible. Okay, it was based off of a Christian belief and a biblical belief. Okay, but remember how we talked about it was distorted and it was changed by men and then leaders, which became the Pope, Catholic Church, and different religions. Okay, where they took a philosophy from the Bible and changed it to something that would work for them, not about God. Remember, it took the attention away from God and brought it upon themselves. Anyone still writing this one? Good? All right. By AD 400, church and state had been united. And the result was that a few religious leaders were placed between God and the rest of the human race. The Bible was kept from the people, and the people were kept from the truth, which we've talked about in previous chapters. Okay, we talked about cardinals, priests, popes. Okay, these men that would be like that mediator between me or men and God, right? Remember us talking about that? But who is and who knows, someone raise your hand and tell me, who is the only mediator between men and God? Someone? Emma? Is Jesus. The Bible tells us Jesus, he came down to die on the cross for us, which I've told you guys many times. And by doing that, he became the mediator. Okay, the only way to be saved, but the mediator, the way we talk, that's why a lot of times when we pray, we say at the end of our prayer, in Jesus' name we pray. Because he is the mediator between us and God. He came down to our earth and was all man and all God. The term is incarnate, meaning in the flesh. Everyone good? You're okay? Anyone still writing? You're good? Just making sure. I don't want to go ahead. I know it's a little bit longer ones. Okay, for the modern age, to begin, again, I told you a lot of this is all what? Introduction. This is bringing us up to date. We had a 2-week vacation, bringing us up to date, familiarizing ourselves, okay, bringing us to this modern age. For the modern age to begin, people had to be freed. Okay, that's from, I'll change it here in a second, from the domination of the Church of Rome. Rather than being ruled by a church and a man, they had to know the what by themselves? The truth. They had to learn the truth on their own. And we're going to talk about certain people and certain things that worked in that, but that is where we're going to stop for today. Okay, I'm going to fix that note. Distant learners, if you have any questions, let me know. But for homework, you guys still have 5 minutes before class is ended. For homework, if you need me to go back to a slide, I can in a second. Okay, for homework, you're doing the second half of 13.1. You guys should have done 2 through 6 evens last night. Okay, tonight you're doing, I'm still being kind to you, 7 through 11 odd. Page 138, section review 13.1, questions 7 through 11 odd. Page 138, section review 13.1, questions 7 through 11 odd. How many questions is that? That is only 3 questions. It's not a lot. Good thing we answered that right. All right, you guys can use the rest of the time of class to finish that or start it at least. That will be due tomorrow. Distant learners, if you have any questions, let me know. Thank you guys for turning in some of your stuff. I'll get those grades in this week. Just be patient with that. If I don't get your grades in the day of, okay, don't email or contact me yet. Give me some patience. We'll see you tomorrow. Let me know if you have any questions. Any students in here, questions?
Can we go back to number 6?
Yes. Yes, Cody, you can eat.